here. They're supposed to have concluded tomorrow. And then we wanted to come to this house when we have concluded the discussion and present to you what works other than appearing like we are lamenting. But Right Honorable Speaker, we understand the challenge, and colleagues, just bear with us. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure, because I am aware, for example, the district of Kapelebion, road fund sent to them only 14 million. And yet it is in a very bad shape. So we are aware of the problem, and we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that we fix the problem.
Honourable Minister, tomorrow we must sort out the issue of road fund, operationalizing it. We want to know whether your government is going to operationalize it or not, because Article 153 of the Constitution is very straightforward. And I told the minister here that hiding under Section 30 of the Public Finance Management Act, saying you consolidated, won't help, but he said he needed the opinion of the Attorney General. Now, even here, your Deputy Speaker is in exile. I can't go home. Yes, if the road from Chizinda to Mitoma, my area, I can't go. Now, people are rotating via near as if you're going to Rukunjiri. So I have to do an extra 40 kilometers. So you have really cut us off completely. But you see, Honourable Minister, I can't raise a matter of national importance here also. Maybe one day, one day first raise it. Because when I call, I don't even get any help. Now I see, what about you, colleagues? It's really, really bad. Eh? So tomorrow, colleagues, let's save this for tomorrow. No, let's save it for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are discussing the road fund in full. Okay? Tomorrow, colleagues, come when you're ready. It should be item crack. It should be item number 3 on the order paper. Tomorrow, after communication, we do it when it is still early, when it's still in broad daylight, and we discuss this issue. We shall also discuss the issue of seedlings. The issue of seedlings, both for coffee and tea. So all those we shall discuss them tomorrow. Honorable Tebandeke, let's be quicker. 2 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm here to raise an urgent matter of national importance under Rule 49 of our Rules of Procedure over the poor state of Bale Kayunga Road to Galirai. Right Honorable Speaker, this road was volume of water from River Nile, Lake Choga, River Sezibwa by early 2018, which created inaccessibility, hence cutting off Ntimba Parish about 7 villages, that is Kawongo, Kawongo A, Kawongo B, Chikota, Chitwe, Karenge, among others, and about 8,000 residents were cut off. Right Honorable Speaker, this same road, we happened to host the Prime Minister when the water levels were high and had promised us some boats, which issue has not come to our rescue. And right now, the water volumes have drastically decreased. And the road right now is characterized by mud soils and low volumes of water that have made it impassable. Neither the ship cannot sail, the boat cannot sail, vehicles cannot move, including bicycles, motorcycles, and pedestrians. Right Honorable Speaker, the same situation has made the only available school in the whole parish, that is Ntimba Primary School, damaged. All the floor of the buildings and the structures Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the Minister of Works and Transport visits and assesses, suggests and forge an immediate, practical and observable remedy to recover the road into use and rescue our people. Right Honorable Speaker, I also pray that the Ministry of Education and Health, having visited this place in early August 2020, and health unit, make a revisit into the place and act accordingly to help our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the point on Bale Kayunga Road is only 4 kilometers, which needs immediate attention and cannot fail this government.
Honorable Minister of Works.
I further pray, one more prayer.
Honor, we have to conclude.
One more prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry. I pray that the Minister for Privatization and Investment, together with the Minister of Finance and Economic Development, visit this place and benchmark it for establishment of a model city, given its geographical location and a good scenery. I beg to submit.
You first get a road. Why do you? What means of what?
Mr. Speaker, it's true that the Right Honorable Prime Minister visited this place. It is also true that she gave directives to our ministry. But Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, it really comes back to what we have been sharing. The bit of challenge that we had on resources and the teams that maintain these roads were really factors that undermine our ability to make interventions in time. But I want to commit that after today, I will ask my technical people to come to the place as quickly as possible so that they first get a technical understanding of the problem now. And if it is okay, time allowing, I can also pass by, because I consider that place very critical for very many reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, we shall do the needful and be able to communicate to this House what we have done in the country and specifically in Bale Kayunga Galilaya.
Thank you. That's you're seated on a potential city, so you better unlock its potential, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, if you can remember, I think I'll ask the clerk to reload the report. The Minister of Works presented the report, general report on the road sector, and we debated it here around like 6 months ago. So, clerk, if you can extract it and so that you upload it again on our fresco and members can see it, we'll read it to prepare for tomorrow's debate. I want us to have an extensive debate generally on the road sector beyond the road fund. Let's look at financing of the road sector tomorrow, because if we limit ourselves to the road fund, then other colleagues who have issues with the road sector will be suffocated. Honorable Margaret Rabshija.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I rise up on the matter of national concern regarding the non-payment of salaries of teachers and other civil servants in the cities of Lira and Arua. I'm told not only that, but at least those are the ones who have approached me. Right Honorable Speaker, the category of these noble workers has, for the last 8 months, not received the salary, and yet the account currently bogged down with the rising cost of prices, and they also have other family responsibilities, like taking their children to school. They are going to teach other people's children, but theirs are remaining at home. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also a category of workers in the above-mentioned cities who have missed the February, March, April, and there's no hope that they will get May and June. And nothing has been communicated as to why they are not getting their salaries. Then there's another group of teachers who have been deleted from the payrolls of those two cities. And right now, we know the prevailing situation of skyrocketing of prices for goods. And these people have families, they must pay school fees, they must pay for health services in many cases, and they must eat like any other citizen. So one wonders as to how these workers and their families are coping. Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg, my prayer is that these people should be paid their salaries and without much delay. Also, I am praying that these civil servants should be put as a priority and the minister concerned should come to this August House and explain as to why these people have been alienated from the rest of the civil servants. I'm also concerned that the concerned minister should provide to this August House the strategies that they have to pay these people together with their arrears. I submit. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister of Local Government? Oh, Public Service is here? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Procedure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter, on a procedural matter in regards to teacher pay. Right Honorable Speaker, right now we have an industrial action for the science teachers. Last year, 2021.
Honorable, that cannot be a procedural matter.
It is a procedure because.
No, it can't be.
Okay.
It can't be. That's a substantive matter. But since they are connected, let me allow you to raise. But it's a substantive matter. It's
okay.
Not
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In 2021, on the 24th of August, the President made a directive that they would increase the salaries of science teachers to 4 million from what they are being paid. And this directive, as in regards to that specific directive. Right now, there's an industrial action. The science teachers are put down they're saying we can't work. The students have just reported to school. This includes all science teachers in vocational schools, at diploma level, and also secondary school and primary schools. So children are being affected, all learners, because teachers are not teaching. And you know, it has been hard for parents to raise money. We've not got any statement on this floor in regards, it's 2 days now. In regards to that matter, we are receiving a lot of abuses in our and the rest, and also the members of the Education Committee, because the government pledged, the President directed, that is like an assurance that this is going to be catered for. But the Minister of Public Service has not come out even to explain, and also there's no allotted or appropriated money in the budget for that increment.
Honorable, the Minister is here, since you smuggled the matter.
So my prayer is that the Minister should make a statement on this issue in regards to what the honorable member has raised for those who have not also been paid, but also on the industrial action and what the government is planning to do, because students are missing out or being taught in that area. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Minister, make a statement on that.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the honorable members for the very good points they've put across. First of all, people have not been paid salaries. I will establish those who are not paid and why they are not yet paid. And tomorrow, I'll come here with a statement from the technical persons, those who handle the payroll. Then about the enhancement of salaries for science professionals, the debate is still ongoing. Even this afternoon, we've had a meeting, the Office of the Prime Minister, and we promise that this directive is going to be handled, and soon a statement will be issued. But my senior minister is handling those who are on industrial action, and they have discussed, they will go back to work because their money will be in the budget of the coming financial year. And we are planning a pay plan across government for all government workers, even the scientists and those who are not scientists.
Honorable Minister,
So,
let's
thank
wait
you.
for your statement.
you.
Honorable John Uganda. Now, colleagues, let's finish this matter. Colleagues, please. I know the issues we are going into. I won't finish my.
Thank
I will
you.
guide you, Honorable. Don't mind. I will guide you. Honorable Lop, I will guide you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, Dr. Nksima John Paul, I represent the people of Uganda and the South. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance pertaining the health of diabetic and hypertension patients in Uganda South, Uganda District, and Uganda at large. Right Honorable Speaker, many patients suffering from diabetes and hypertension are not greatly catered for in the Ministry of Health setup now. You can't find anti-diabetic drugs in health centers, especially health center series, where most of our patients can easily access them in Uganda South and across the country. So, Right Honorable Speaker, our people in Uganda South and Uganda District came up with a method of mobilizing themselves. Per month, they raise over 70,000 shillings and is given to a colleague who is chosen to go and buy for them drugs. And besides the failure to access drugs, there are also routine checkups that are also supposed to be done to check, to follow up those patients properly. So the cost of getting health services, especially for patients who are suffering from diabetes, can go to around 100,000 per month. And for those who have both diseases, diabetes and hypertension, the cost can go to around 150. And most of our people are subsistence farmers. They can't raise that money. People, the numbers, due to lifestyle change, the numbers of diabetic and hypertension patients is increasing and subsequent death. My prayer is that the Ministry of Health comes to the rescue of the people of Uganda and the South and diabetes to health center series, since we even have clinical officers who can manage, who can administer those drugs. And the Ministry of Health also should work with national medical stores to have those drugs included on the lists of drugs that are supplied to health center series, so that our people can survive. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Minister of Health, in 1 week, come back here and give us a statement in regard to the issue raised by Honorable. Honorable Aisha Kamanda, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, some time back, I think last year, one of us raised a motion here on the floor of Parliament urging government to provide free drugs to non-communicable disease patients. And the motion was passed by this Parliament. Prayers, it's actually the same thing. Isn't it procedure right that government updates us on how far they went with the parliament's advice in light of the fact that actually that we are in the budgeting process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Rule 220 of our rules of procedure requires government to come and give an action taken report. So I need to first of all refer to the debate of that day to know how much timeline was given. Okay, to know whether we are still in the timeline or not. And then tomorrow I'll give feedback on that. Because I might say you are late and yet we said 6 months or 3 months. So kind of give me tomorrow, a clerk remind me tomorrow to ensure that matter I will respond to the procedure matter raised by Honorable Aisha. Next item.
Item 3A.
Lob, what's the issue? No, we want to move.
Yes, Lob, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in the Lopuzi seat is very important.
I can see you enjoying it.
No, you are responding to government. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the guidance I'm seeking from the Speaker is that the Honorable Minister of Education Opposition and the Minister of Public Service respond to the issue of teachers of science. Honorable Speaker, we want to know whether the communication of the president was done officially. Secondly, what is happening now is that there is a battle between science teachers and arts teachers plus primary teachers. Any increment that is talked about on science teachers, if they are to get it, will also the arts get it. Because for me, I'm in support of the strike, as long as all teachers come out to strike for their rights. But the moment you talk about catering for one side, the other side will not be happy, and again, we are getting another battle. So what we want to know from public service, as they think about giving the other side 5 million per month, only 4 million, are they going to do the same for the arts teachers? Because once a child does senior 4, if he fails, he passes mathematics, biology, and physics, but he fails geography and English, he has failed. And these members are saying, for us, give us our thing, the arts teachers will look after themselves. So I am a lawyer, I am a teacher. Am I useless in this country? So we are getting a lot of abuses, and I'm entertaining all abuses from teachers of science teachers. But we must fight for all teachers because we had that battle here at Honorable Speaker. I was here at Honorable Speaker. Prime Minister, we fought for teachers, and the government accepted to increase teachers in a phased manner, and it was done. But what's happened? Nothing is happening. Teachers are saying we are striking, you promised us money. But there's no official communication from the president. There is a case in the court right now, Speaker, against the same matter filed by Honorable Kwizera about the president pledging to pay people salaries, which is not the mandate of the president, it's the mandate of parliament. So can we hear from public service whether they are thinking of giving science teachers and when will they pay arts the same amount?
Oh, Honorable Minister, please take your seat, please.
So because right now, Speaker, we might sit here and tell ourselves lies. The teachers are refusing to teach, but you have been deceiving them since 2018. When they come to Songungu, because a member of computer education, they are abusing me terribly, which I am accepting 100%. But the fact is, teachers must have the same remuneration.
Thank you, Honorable.
And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, as a committee of education, it is us who gave science teachers an extra pay against the others. We gave them 200,000 above the rest, and teachers accepted it. That's fair. So if there's any increment, they take place, but not killing humanities when we are seeing. Otherwise, teachers are not working. Both of them are not working. Nobody should mislead you. Both of them are not teaching. Science is not teaching, and even arts are not teaching. But the arts are quite, because there's a battle between the new union of science teachers against those who are under Uganda National Teachers Union. These are things we must look at. And I cannot be a legislator coming here to tell lies that I am interested in science teachers being paid better than others. Actually, like most speakers, I conclude, I have asked them, let them come to my constituency and be campaigning. I will give them transport as science teachers to fight Seoul in Kalungu as I fight for all other teachers. Otherwise, we are raising, and let speaker, I think you should make it a honorable. Anybody interfering with members of parliament is phones to abuse them is committing an offense. As legislators, they think I am a primary teacher, I will not deny that. I can teach secondary English. I am a lawyer by profession now, but I love teaching better than anything. But we must fight for all teachers to have equitably paid salaries for them.
Thank you.
So public service should have update us on that.
Thank you. You see, sometimes we want to make good submissions, but you tie my hands. Now you've spoken, you have finished, you've continued speaking from that side. You need to listen to the presiding officer. Honorable, you stood up on the point of guidance, and your guidance is noted. So, Minister of Public Service, Honorable Sengu cannot call you on the floor, and you rush to. No, it's a presiding officer who should allow you. And you rush and you end up knocking someone for nothing. So I have noted, the House has noted your submission, and I believe it has enriched the thinking of the minister. She's going to bring a statement, and we shall debate that statement, but your submission is going to enrich her statement. She has taken more issues. Commissioner, colleagues, the commissioner comes in the public gallery this afternoon. We have the following: Mr. Andama Joseph and Mr. Dradria Ronald. Where are they? Stand up for recognition. They are represented in the House by Honorable Matia John and Honorable Osoro Maureen. They have come to observe the proceedings of the House. Let's welcome them, colleagues. Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me the reports of the Auditor General for financial year ended 30th June 2021 for the following. Kabarole District Local Government. I beg to learn. Bundibujo District Local Government. I beg to learn. Ntoroko District Local Government. I beg to learn. Fort Portal Municipal Council. I beg to learn. Kamwenge District Local Government. I beg to learn.
Honorable, you equally need to read on the statement to be sure it's the one.
It is.
Otherwise, no, when you read on the order paper, it might mislead you.
Right Honorable, they are all arranged
Okay, very
in
good.
that manner.
Very good.
And this is for the period of June 2021,
Okay.
ended June 2021. I think I'd mentioned that. This is Kenjojo District Local Government. Then Chitagwenda District Local Government. Kasese District Local Government. Chegegwa District Local Government. Bunyangabo District Local Government. Kasese Municipal Council. Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital. Uganda Institute of Communications and Technology.
Okay,
I
Honorable.
beg to learn.
Thank you. Items under 3A, reports 1 to 10 are referred to the Committee on Local Government Accounts. And then reports, 1 to 11 referred to the Committee on Local Government Accounts. Then 12 to 13 referred to Park Central. Commissioner, you can leave for B. 3B.
Item 3B.
They are laying papers. There is nothing wrong with the procedure of laying papers. Please.
Allow me the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the financial year ended 31st December 2021 for the following: Post Bank Uganda Limited, I beg to lay. Pride Microfinance Limited, I beg to lay. Uganda Development Bank Limited, I beg to lay. Housing Finance Bank, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable. The reports are referred to COSASE for processing, and as per Rule 181, Sub-Rule 5, the committees, both local government, they need to report back within 6 months. Need to process reports and report back within 6 months. Chivoga, you had a procedure matter?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I stand on a procedural matter relating to our Rule 25, Sub-Rule 7, where it states that an item of business standing on the order paper on any particular day which has not been completed or reached on the interruption of business under relevant provisions of the rules shall be placed on the order paper for the next sitting in such order as the Speaker may decide. Right, Honorable Speaker, there are items that appeared on the order paper for the last week, and as advised by late Jacob Olanya, that members need to research and prepare to submit. We have been researching on certain items, but the way they fade away from the order paper, as we expect, for example, to proceed the next week, they completely get lost from the order paper. A case in point was a resolution of Parliament to operationalize the tree fund. We thought we would utilize the rainy season in planting trees and even in incorporation of such an item in the budget. The same applies to coffee report. Right, Honorable Speaker, you have been reading as promised. We are also wondering why you should read such a report for the whole week without placing it on the order paper. So I am just wondering whether we are proceeding right to come up with completely new items on the order paper. We are stuck with the researched information about some of these items on the order paper, and we are not promised on any future date to discuss these issues. That is the exact procedure that I wanted to inquire from you, Right Honorable Speaker, if we are proceeding well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I can see your head is boiling indeed with the research. I pray you cover it where it doesn't steam away, but I'm happy you've read the rule properly. It's a discretion of the Speaker, and we consider very many issues when we are making an order paper, and we do consult widely. We just don't make an order paper for the sake of it. Now, the item you've talked about, which you said disappeared, if you check on business forum, there is item number 7. If you have the order paper, there's item number 7. And if you were here on Thursday, that was part of the motion, which we said the minister requested, because it's a fund like the road fund. The minister requested first go and get an operationalization of the funds, various funds, because whereas he was proceeding under Section 30 of the Public Finance Management Act, we are saying you need to proceed under Article 53, 153 of the Constitution. So we agreed tomorrow he's coming back here. And tomorrow we are discussing the tree fund. Tomorrow we are discussing the road fund. So I had already promised, Honorable, I wish you had come in earlier. You wouldn't have asked this question. If you had come here by 2 p.m., you wouldn't have asked this question. Next item.
Item 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Select Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on COVID-19 related research for the financial year 2019-2020 to 2021.
Chairperson. The Honorable Xavier Choma, Uganda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I'm called Choma Xavier, MP Uganda North, and I'm going to present a report of the Select Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on COVID-related research for the financial year 2019-20, 2021-22. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to lay on the table the minutes of the committee. I also beg to lay on the table the documents submitted by Honorable Dr. Musenero. All the documents, there are quite a number, Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission. As well, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to lay on the table the documents submitted by other witnesses. There are also quite a number, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you don't need to read the whole report on observations and recommendations, but clerk do capture the whole report on the Hansard, so that whoever will be reading the Hansard in future gets the whole report in full.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Perhaps, Right Honorable Speaker, suffice to go through the introduction. Mandate of the committee, of the Select Committee. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in accordance with Rule 190 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Anita Monge, on 10th November 2021, constituted a Select Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation to investigate allegations of irregularities reported on the receipt of utilization of the funds for COVID-19 vaccine development by the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemics, or called it PRESIDE, under the supervision of Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza, then the Senior Presidential Advisor on Epidemics. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament mandated the committee to carry out investigations with the following terms of reference. 1, to establish the progress in development of a locally manufactured COVID-19 vaccine. 2, to establish the amount of funds so far released to research, innovation, and COVID-19 vaccine development. 3, to establish how effective research funds had been utilized. 4, to establish the challenges faced in the development of the COVID-19 vaccine and medicines. 5, to inquire into any other matters incidental to the above. 6, to recommend a way forward to Parliament. And then 7, to report back to Parliament within 2 weeks. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, when the committee began its investigation, it became apparent that the funds had been released towards COVID-19 research, of which manufacturing of vaccines was only a component. This committee investigation, therefore, covered COVID-19 research in its entirety. At the expiry of the 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee appreciated the complexity of the assignment and sought for an extension in time for reporting, which was granted. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, The members of the select committee included Choma Zavia, MP Banda North, Honorable Wanyi Tone, Noya County, Honorable Aisha Kabanda, Narue, Woman MP Mutambara, Honorable Omara Paul, MP Otuke County, and Honorable Serwan Solomon, MP representing Bukuri County. With your permission, right, Honorable Speaker, since the methodology is well set out, I beg your indulgence that I go to the background so the members can get the background of the whole matter, which is on page 3.1 now. Background to investigation. During the plenary sitting on 4th November 2021, while responding to Honorable Dr. John Rusachengi's update on COVID-19 vaccination in the country, Honorable Yona Msing's raised concerns regarding irregularities in use of public funds that had been released to produce a local vaccine for COVID-19. In his statement, he indicated that up to Uganda shilling 20 billion had been drawn from the consolidated fund for scientists under preside to manufacture a COVID-19 vaccine, and an additional Uganda shilling 50 billion was drawn in 2021 for preside. And yet, the supervising ministry, that is Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, or call it MOSTI, had been disbanded. He further questioned the legality of the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemics. He queried its staffing, operations, and whether its premises in Itinda that had no laboratories would be able to produce the vaccine. That Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 9th November 2021, Honorable Musingu Ziona supported his allegations with documentary evidence laid on the table, including financial and appropriation documents, as well as correspondences among government agencies regarding financing of preside. The documents laid on the table are indicated under Appendix 1, Right Honorable Speaker. Consequently, the Right Honorable Speaker constituted a select committee to investigate the coronavirus outbreak. Right Honorable Speaker. It is quite a number. Perhaps let me go to
Honorable,
summary.
you won't finish, please.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Okay, you have 10 more minutes to finish this.
Colleagues, with 10 minutes, I think let me concentrate on observations and recommendations in line with the terms of references. Term of reference 1 was to establish the progress of the development of a locally manufactured COVID-19 vaccine. The issues are there. So, observations. The committee observed that the diversity in selection of projects was necessary and timely to ensure that the country developed local solutions to address the challenges in diagnosis, treatment, and vaccine development for COVID-19. Then about the projects, 1 to 5, right, Honorable Speaker, this is the PCR and antibody diagnostic kits, the PCR-based diagnostic assays, the self-diagnostic kit, nano-advantage therapeutics, vaccine, and developing an antibody for COVID-19. So, about the progress of those as I've mentioned, observations. The committee observed that in as much as Project 1 had plans to set up a production facility, there was no evidence that they had been cleared by CPHL, right, Honorable Speaker, that is Central Public Health Laboratories in full. To commercially produce diagnostic kits. Failure to approve the National Health Laboratory Sciences Bill leaves a lacuna in licensing products Right, Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that construction or production facility for antibody diagnostic tools should be preceded with acquisition of the necessary approvals from National Drug Authority. 2, Parliament should retable and pass the National Health Services Bill as a means of strengthening the regulation of health laboratory services. Alternatively, the National Drug Authority Act may be amended to include provisions on regulating laboratory services and products. Then about the vaccine development projects 6 to 9, I proceed to the observations. The committee observes that although the candidate vaccine was identified, there was no indication that it had been patented or that patenting was in the pipeline, which casts doubt on its identification. Further, although Dr. Musenero indicated that preclinical trials in the ordinary mice had been completed and in the final stages of data analysis, her conclusion that the vaccine was safe and had elicited a strong immune response was premature since the data analysis was still ongoing. The committee further observed that the transgenic mice are used in the preclinical trials relating to COVID-19. This is because ordinary laboratory mice do not have AC2 receptor, which is infected by SARS-CoV-2 in humans and therefore have to be genetically modified to express the desired characteristics. Then the K18-H2 mice is one of the transgenic mice that expresses the human S. Recommendations, the committee recommends that candidate vaccines should be expeditiously patented. Then preclinical studies should be concluded so as to ascertain the efficacy of the candidate vaccines. Of the inactivated COVID-19 vaccine development project, we observed that although the candidate vaccine was identified, there was no indication that it had been patented or that patenting was in the pipeline also. Further, results of the preclinical trial had not been finalized, like for the other case. Then the committee further observed that the category of vaccine had not been completed clinical trials and consequently not approved by NDA or National Drug Authority. This implied that it had consequently not been submitted to World Health Organization for pre-qualification. The construction of the other plant was thus premature since the candidate vaccine had not progressed to warrant production. Recommendation is preclinical and clinical studies for the vaccine should be expeditiously concluded. Then, at the conclusion of the preclinical studies, approvals from National Drug Authority should be acquired, and then pre-qualification exercise with World Health Organization be fast-tracked. Funding of the other plant should be stayed until quality assurance clearance is obtained from NDA and World Health Organization. About the progress of the self-amplifying RNA vaccine, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the 90-day duration between which funds were released and the request for reallocation sought was not only too short, but also suspicious. For one to have predicted stalling of the project, it is therefore the committee's submission that this project stalled because of poor planning, inadequate due diligence, coupled with lax vetting criteria. The above observation was in line with the Auditor General's report on COVID-19 funds, who advised the management to review its vetting process to ensure that thorough due diligence be always undertaken before funds are allocated to projects to avoid stalling challenges, especially at the commencement stage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we recommend that the Ministry of Health, UNHLO, in collaboration with the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, should develop research plan to guide medical research in the country according to the Uganda National Health Research Organization Act. We also recommend that a transparent vetting process should be put in place to ensure that only projects with technical capabilities are funded. Further still, project proposals should be vetted and selected in line with the national research agenda or plan. About the progress of the novel adenovector COVID-19 vaccine, right, Honorable Speaker, we observe that Uganda is predisposed by virtue of its geography to contain a plethora of pathogens which favor identification of viruses that can be modified to foster vaccine development. The committee could not ascertain from the information given whether indeed a candidate vaccine had been developed. Although the minister indicated that a vaccine had been identified, the science presentation was non-committal on that issue and only showed the closing strategy. That is how they can plan to manipulate the viral vector involved in the process. Further, there was no mention of the patenting process, but this had also not been concluded or verified. We recommend that the Auditor General or an independent body should assess whether related. Two, we recommend that if ascertained, further funding support be given to UVRI to enable the process progress to preclinical and clinical trials, or otherwise the project is exited. And Mr. Speaker and the honorable colleagues, we actually established that those preclinical and clinical trials are damn expensive. About the therapeutics, project 10 to 18, right, honorable Speaker. We observe that therapeutic interventions with high cholesterol and immunoglobulins and vitamin projects whose progress is unclear, then Matok starch as a pharmaceutical expedient in selected medicinal formulations for use in the treatment of COVID-19, that is specifically Project 19, and we recommend that the project that have progressed in preclinical trials should be expedited to clinical trials as they are a stopgap measure in the treatment of COVID-19 in the event of other strains or other waves. We also recommend that the stalled projects should be reassessed and if not technically sound, exited and funds returned to the consolidated fund. About the central support for development of vaccine, diagnostics and therapy project had advanced, although there was no specialized of genes that is characteristic to transgenic animal technology. The equipment that was procured was generic in nature to support performance of routine laboratory. The failure to locally clone, map, and sequence DNA would simply would imply that there would be a continuous need to procure transgenic mice, which is not only expensive, but also not reliable, since there was no local capacity to breed them. A transgenic mice is the one which almost behaves like a human being or which has characteristics close to those of a human being. The transgenic mouse was reportedly valued at Uganda shillings 80 million per pair, as opposed to the Swiss mice valued at 20,000 presently used at the Makerere University Animal Lab House. Recommendation. That Honourable Speaker, we recommend that the completion of the Animal Lab project should be expedited, that is the one at Makerere, as it is a support project for development of vaccines and therapeutics. 2, the project should be adequately equipped to ensure that Uganda has the capacity for projects throughout to its completion. Unapproved projects establish there are projects which were being undertaken but not approved by the relevant organs. The committee observed that failure to subject the project on in vitro studies at inception demonstrated inadequacies in plan and coordination, transparent vetting process already emphasized. Lack of accountability by presiding right honorable speaker and honorable members. The committee observed that the presiding did not fulfill its obligation of facilitating proper accountability for funding provided for research projects 5.7 of the Memorandum of Understanding. Lack of guidelines on reporting resulted in 2 non-uniform and late reporting on projects. The committee also observed that there was faulting of provisions in respect to the release of funds. We recommend that accountability of projects should be given in the prescribed format containing such details so as to facilitate decision making. Funds should not be provided to projects without verification of clearance certificates. Accountability for project operational funds. We observe that the poor financial management resulted into up to at least 2.06 billion not being accounted for and operational funds. A lack of guidance on reporting resulted in scientists. Further, failure to harmonize allowance rates also led to wastage. Commendation must steer the office of the president should put in place guidelines for reporting and allowance for scientists. The accounting officers should be held liable for unaccounted for funds. Additional salaries of science should be competitive to prevent brain drain from the country. Unauthorized allocations of project funds or diversions, right on the speaker. Observations. The chairperson president, Dr. Monica Musenero, acted regionally by authorizing the environment which was solely the responsibility of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The amount that was valid exceeded the amounts provided for by PFMA, which ordered that the amount allocated for an item should not exceed 10%. The committee further observed that lack of proper authorization defeats the ministry's oversight and accounting role over the projects. Projects that stood continuously, I repeat that one right on the speaker. Projects that stood continuously received money to be channeled to unauthorized projects, which was irregular. Recommendations. All payments between projects should be made in accordance to the Public Finance Management Act. President should not reallocate funds without authorization from MOSTI. The minister responsible for science, technology, and innovation should be relieved of her role as chairperson preside to avoid conflict of interest and to align this funding to principles of good governance. President is all responsible accounting officer should institute a robust monitoring system to monitor the implementation and transaction of funds to avoid such allocations without the ministry's involvement. In addition, management should adopt a transparent vetting process to ensure that all projects with technical capabilities are funded. Procured equipment for research projects right on the speaker and the members. The observations are quite many. Let me go directly to recommendations. All future equipment procurements should be preceded by a needs assessment, verified research proposals, clearly indicating equipment needs and verification of laboratory space for their installation. Another one, procurement and delivery of equipment should be planned to avoid delays in installation. Also, installation and training of personnel to use the equipment to be given funds for maintenance of the equipment. Actually, all our equipment that were imported are at the risk of really going straight because there is no maintenance plan. All equipment should be engraved and asset registers maintained at both host institutions and MOSTI. Guidelines should be put in place for sharing equipment across institutions and reverting of equipment to MOSTI. Emergency purchases should take into account already available equipment and only purchase the necessary. Because we would find that an institution has an equipment, but another one was again purchased, which would really lead to misappropriation of resources. Consumables The committee observed that the PPD Act and regulations were not adhered to. The committee further observed that there was no competitive bidding and therefore the government was unable to carry out comparative analysis on pricing. It is also the committee's view that there was poor planning in procurement and no due diligence exercised in procurement of consumables, which posed a danger of wastage. Right, when I speak, were still stored, meaning that there is a risk of them becoming stale or expired. We recommend provision of the PPD Act should always be adhered to while procuring items necessary for projects. Procurement should be planned to avoid wastage due to delays. For future emergency procurements, the opportunity for waivers for certain requirements in the procurement cycle should be fully utilized because there are those provisions in the PPDRO. We must and preside should prevail over the host institutions to ensure participating institutions follow the procurement rules, regulations, procedures, and guidelines. Monitoring and evaluation. Recommendations. The role of preside chairperson minister for STI should be, I repeat that one, the role of preside chairperson, minister responsible for science, technology, and innovation should be separated. Of course, that is a requirement for good governance. The National Research and Innovation Program framework should be evoked to guide the government on funding under the science, technology, and innovation sector. Completion certificates should be issued at completion of every phase of the research and should be the basis for release of additional funds. Proposals should be well costed and clear on milestones to be achieved at the various phases to enable proper planning. Funds should be provided to MOSTI and the Office of the President for monitoring and evaluation of the projects. Capacity or preside to carry out the supervisory mandate because it is provided that we are supposed to be supervising all those professors and doctors. The committee observed that MOSTI released the funds without the required certificates of clearance, lack of planning on part of government, failed to avail funds and transition plan for MOSTI's abolition. Of course, the ministry was abolished, was disbanded. The selection criteria of the projects by the chairperson preside seemed to have been at personal level with the scientists who never expected serious monitoring and evaluation of their projects. Lack of strategic evaluation and monitoring mechanism from MOSTI affected the project's performance. The presiding secretary and technical aspects of the projects because they lacked the prerequisite qualifications. When you find someone with a bachelor's that is supposed to supervise a professor, it is indeed questionable. Recommendations. Analytic framework should be used to guide selection of projects, their monitoring and evaluation and exit. The role of preside, its secretariat and research associates should be absorbed within the structures of the analytic framework which is already in existence. The committees within the analytic framework should be constituted with the relevant skills. Consequently, MOSTI should do urgently be staffed. Another term of reference to establish the challenges faced in the development of the COVID-19 vaccines and the medicines. Very many observations, right, Honorable Speaker, are given. Then another one to inquire into any other matters incidental to COVID-19 research. Also, very, very many observations about the legal status of preside, which is very unclear. Maybe I need to read this observation. Although the project a write-up on preside was provided for to the committee, it was void of any specific terms of reference, mandate, and strategic plan. These limitations not only make dealing with preside risky, but also complicate accountability and enforceability of the objectives. Given that the initiative was to handle large sums of public funds, it was prudent that all legalities are established to guide implementation. Following which is the President's directive, the Prime Minister needed to be advised to the implementation, etc. There is an interesting case. In exchange, the President, as a function of honor and head of state, directed that scientific initiative be established to do research on vaccine development for Uganda, foreign drug holding in the developed world. This was an exercise of his powers, constitutional powers, according to Article 98. The committee, however, noted that even when the President issues a directive on a specific matter, such executive powers, executive directives have to be implemented and executed in accordance with the Constitution and other laws of Uganda. And the Minister should listen to this carefully. I repeat, the committee, however, noted that even when the President issues a directive on a specific matter, such executive directives have to be implemented and executed in accordance with the Constitution and other laws of Uganda. Actually, maybe we will leave that now. We will read, but there is an interesting ruling. I'm talking bad. Recommendation is the government should regularize the establishment of preside under the laws of Uganda if it is to stay. Mark that. The government should regularize the establishment of preside under laws of Uganda if it is to stay, because I don't want to be ordered. Subsequently, we are ordering for its disbandment, but here we are saying if it is to stay, then should be regularized. Government should ensure that presidential programs, initiatives, and directives are implemented in accordance with the legal framework of Uganda. I think this is now being done for PBID and those other initiatives. So equally so, it needs to apply to preside. The preside think tank and secretariat, including the staffing. We recommend that the Minister of Science and Technology, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation should be different from the chairperson preside and different from the senior presidential advisor on epidemics. In the current situation, the Minister of Science and Technology is the chairperson preside and is also a senior advisor on epidemics, a senior presidential advisor on epidemics, but we are saying all those should be separated so as to cope up with good governance principles. The recruitment of preside staff should be informed by public service recruitment, because we did not find any formal interview that we are given. Then preside premises, we visited the premises, but we recommend that that in the spirit of transparency and accountability, the preside premises should be clearly marked and accessible, because there was nothing like a signpost or whatever showing that this is where we find the preside. Memorandum of understanding that memorandum of understanding and preparatory agreements, observations. 6.2.3 exempted subsequent subsidiary agreements relating to the subject matter. Let's read. Although the bilateral memorandum of understanding does not affect the validity of the subsequent agreements, let's read. What we recommend, the government should ensure that presidential programs, initiatives, and directives be implemented in accordance with the legal framework, as we have already said. In the spirit of rationalization, which is a cabinet position, preside should be disbanded. The role of preside, its secretariat, and such associates should be absorbed within the already existing structures of the RIP framework. Consequently, projects funded under science, technology, and innovation sector should be governed under RIP framework. The structure of MOSTI should be expeditiously completed and the ministry urgently staffed to perform its duties. I'm happy the Minister of Public Services around. Breach of the memorandum of understanding, observations. The committee observed that despite the commitment by preside in the memorandum of understanding to account for all monies advanced by MOST and progress reports, both financial and technical, preside did not account to MOST for funds advanced projects. Several reminders were sent by the permanent secretary MOST to chairperson preside to provide accountability for funds disbursed, but all in vain. The individual science eventually accounted for funds disbursed, but not all were accounted for, as was observed in the Auditor General's report on COVID-19 funds. The Auditor General noted that 491 million was not accounted for. Further, there were no clearance certificates issued for funding prior to completion. It was just a word of mouth. I have reached this level, given money to be given. On the other hand, MOST also released the funds without receiving proof of supporting documents, as required under that clause of the memorandum of understanding. The release of funds was to be targeted to project implementation schedule, clearly showing milestones, a clearance certificate for each stage, and project reports. We recommend that MOST, which is now under the office of the president, should put in place a new memorandum of understanding whose conditions should be adhered to in respect to all research projects. Selection and vetting process for research projects, but from what I have already presented, I'm sure colleagues you have already gotten the irregularities. So let me just go to the observation, then I will recommendation. The committee observed that the selection of projects was rushed without detailed analysis of their feasibility. The selection process was also not transparent, as there was no external call for proposals, but rather a handpicking of some projects. Not all projects selected were vetted. The selection process of the projects was therefore irregular. Recommendation: management should review its vetting process to ensure thorough due diligence a thorough and due diligence process is undertaken before funds are allocated to projects. Vetting process should be aligned with the RIP framework in accordance with the Uganda National Health Research Organization Act, in collaboration with Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. MOST, Minister of Health, should develop a research. The research agenda should be linked to university curriculums and should be informed by the industry needs of the country. Project proposals should be vetted and selected in line with national research agenda as already indicated. Detailed feasibility studies should be carried out to inform selection of projects that are commercially viable. This can be achieved by putting in place a unit within the structure of MOST to study the model such projects for commercial viability before they are rolled out. A research and professional database should be established and be made publicly available to identify ongoing research and available skills and expertise. This will facilitate easy identification of researchers and projects in the future, as well as establishing synergies between institutions, as well as guard against duplications. Disregard of established institutions and frameworks. All those are given right to Honorable Speaker. Observations are quite many. Let me go to the recommendations. Right, Honorable Speaker, with your permission. In accordance with the Uganda National Health Research Act, in collaboration with
Honorable Choma, I think I'm going to put the report in the Hansard.
Okay.
Because really,
just about 3 minutes, right, Honorable Speaker?
Conclude, Honorable.
Okay,
we
thank
have
you.
The report here.
Right, Honorable Speaker, colleagues,
I
let me
hope
just
members,
concentrate
you're just
on.
not reading from what it's saying.
Okay.
You have iPad, you have what? Members need to debate. They are seated
Okay.
here, they are boiling.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Much obliged. In accordance with the Uganda National, these ones I have already hinted on them, colleagues. The Innovation Fund, we recommend that the government enhances annual funding for NRIP by an additional 35 billion to address the current funding gap, which will enhance research development in innovation. All COVID-related project proposals should be vetted and selected in line with the national research agenda. Ongoing research, I will just go to the recommendations. Government should ensure that presidential programs, initiatives, directives implemented, I have already mentioned that. Then public university already catered for. Already catered for. I thought I was given the 3 minutes and I'm within. Maybe some recommendation on page 75, government should ensure concrete transitional plans in place in the event that it has to shift its ministries, departments, and agencies to another. This, in turn, will enable a seamless transfer or a smooth transfer. The Ministry of Public Service should develop guidelines on how matters of transfer of MDAs should be carried out. We found an issue, the time can't allow where they disbanded the ministry. Some of them up to now do not know their fate. Then 76, the Ministry of Public Service, despite the completion of the structure of MOSTI, maybe those ones can be given a ray of hope, those who haven't been deployed. Government should not transfer its ministry, departments, and agencies without transitional plans. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me go to the conclusion. As I go to the conclusion, right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the colleagues, members of Parliament, who really were very committed, and the staff.
What is the conclusion then?
This is the conclusion, therefore. Okay? Although Preside was established with a visionary mandate to be a vehicle to spear the pathogen economy, it has been marred by mismanagement, poor accountability practices, and overall poor planning. At its inception, government failed to define its legality, failed to analyze and optimize the structures that were already in place, and build on these as a way of driving the pathogen economy forward. This went against the current government policy on rationalization and the improvement of efficiencies within MDAs. The role of UNO and the MOSTI, Uganda National Council of Science and Technology as regulators was usurped and replaced with Preside, which had a temporary supervisory framework in the form of a memorandum of operational, yet not supervised, because its chairperson is the minister responsible for the Doctor of Science and Technology, and also the special presidential advisor on epidemics. The need to develop a pathogen economy is still viable, both in the short term and long term, right, Honorable Speaker and members, so as to protect against current epidemics and also safeguard or prepare for the next disease epidemics. However, for this to be achieved, a well thought out plan and adequately financed strategy should be put in place. This strategy should have input from all relevant stakeholders and should be implemented within the confines of the Ugandan laws. The roles of Preside can adequately be covered under the National Research and Innovation Program Framework, supported by UNO and the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology Act. With research institutions already part of UNO, they only required funding to drive their strategic plans forward. Preside, therefore, is a duplication of the already existing structures, but without funds. Given that the chairperson Preside, the Minister of Science and Technology, epidemics are the same person, one can say the Preside is currently reporting to itself. For reasons already given in the report, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee strongly recommends that Preside be disbanded and its funding channeled through RIP with a vetting committee, reporting, monitoring, and evaluation mechanisms already in place and RIP's framework. The operation of the Innovation Fund can perhaps be better managed. Research and innovation has over the years been inadequately financed. The advent of COVID-19 demonstrated the need for the country to increase its funding towards research, development, and innovation. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, where research is already ongoing at the research institutions, the projects should be funded directly through budget appropriation to the host institution. Mr. Speaker and Right Honourable Speaker and the honourable members, I beg our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Xavier Choma and honorable colleagues for an extensive report. Very, very wide observations made and very strong recommendations made. I think it would be prudent before we go any further, I'll first allow the petitioner, Honorable Yona. Okay, it would be fair. Honorable Yona, I'm giving you a few minutes. Are you satisfied with the findings of the committee?
Right Honorable Speaker and members, today, I want us to really raise our voices in thanking God who gave us such a charismatic...
Honorable, we don't raise voices here. You know our rules.
In our own way, in our own way. Who gave us such a charismatic leaders, the 5-man and woman group of people whom the Speaker selected to lead this committee to investigate the allegations. I really want to thank them for the work well done. And I want to thank the Speaker for really humbly giving him enough time, because I think they had given them 30 minutes to present, but the findings were enormous. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving them more time. I have nothing much I can add on the report, because the report has even unearthed more than I thought. And a whistleblower, Mr. Speaker, it was an oversight of this committee to leave me in the hands of the world to be devoured amidst intimidation, amidst witch hunt, and amidst threats which I have here, and even press threats that you saw on TV. I will sue him, I will do what? You saw all that. All that would have been curbed for a future whistleblower. All that would have been curbed if the minister had stepped aside for investigation of Parliament. That not done, as the investigation went on, for her to know that more would be unearthed, she went ahead and convinced whoever, and the ministry which was giving evidence was disbanded. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the report and the members, and they reported very well, and they were very clear and specific. The Minister of Science and Technology.
Honorable, don't respond to a member who is not on record.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Please.
My former grade is misleading me, Mr. Chairman. I beg to be protected.
He's not on record.
Okay. liberate more. But when I look at all this, we have all heard, and I want to thank members for being attentively listening. What I can ask before, I know the minister may want also to come and clarify many things which he should have done in the committee, but what I can ask, why really, if you love this country, why would one really be given such a big responsibility and you misuse it against us NRM people who are always looking for the votes in the village? Because I had thought it was only 70 billion. We have found out it is more than 126 billion according to this report. Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, we have a supplementary budget of 50 billion, which we have again extended to preside. I want to stand before this parliament that what has gone if they cannot refund it. But what has not yet gone there, let's recall that 50 billion, we are looking for money of teachers. We are looking for money of roads. As we deliberate tomorrow about roads in our villages, let's withdraw our 50 billion, which we had allocated to preside, which has no framework, which is a bonanza of a few individuals of us using us as a rubber stamp. This mafia group should be curtailed. I want to thank every member here that you are going to be counted. And history has judged you right by even cheering to fight corruption in this country.
Thank you, Honorable Wena.
As I conclude, I want to add 2 recommendations in the report. Mr. Speaker, I may be emotional, but you will forgive me. Mr. Speaker, when in Uganda there is what we call Sente z'okukameza. Sente z'okukameza, this money you leave at the table for your wife to buy things, to buy tomatoes, onions. This 126 billion was shared like Sente z'okukameza. You can see how the president was very specific. Go and manufacture a vaccine for the emergency that was there. And what did they do? They created very many entities, very small micro units, such that they can confuse everyone. And they share the money. I want to share to this parliament that the minister we have here, before she has the right of hearing, she should tell the committee, when did she buy the 3 schools she has? One in Burindo, one in Mukondo, one in Kapchorwa. As I recommend that we repress where they are saying Auditor General should proceed with investigations. We recommend that we replace that with IGG. The second and last one, as we talk of corruption, and the president, as he has said, you remember when he said, you people have been bypassing me. When he said that, I want to stand here and add my voice on what my president, the one I treasure most, is fighting against. And members, let's stand to be counted. If it is one of us, he's shaming all of us, and we should not accept this. I know the rules of procedure. To censure a minister, we need signatures. I have already drafted papers. I pray that you all append your signatures and we censure this minister. Today, let her be censured such that this country can regain its glory. We've lost a lot.
Honorable Wena, I think know where you have gone. If please, you're going beyond. I've given you enough time.
I thank the speaker for the time you have given me.
Thank you.
Members, let me prepare your papers. As we get out, we censure the woman and she goes.
Honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, let us sober up and we listen to one another, okay? Let us sober up and we listen to one another. So I'm going to give an opportunity to the minister. Yes, and I want her to be listened to attentively. The way we've listened to others attentively, let us listen to the minister in silence. Okay? No. I want her, because she was accused. Honorable Yona has even already printed papers. So you can't, it would be fair for us to give her an opportunity to clarify a few things which might have come out of the report. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours. Colleagues, but I had just two quick questions, Honorable Minister, which can help me also understand the report very well. Number one, are you still the chairperson of Preside? Number two, are you still the presidential advisor on pandemic? Is it pandemic? Epidemics or whatever it is? Yes. Are you still holding those two positions? Because it would help me to understand really how we are moving.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Sorry, colleagues, we shall debate. I want to know if the minister has comments she wants to make on the report. Yeah, on the report.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to start with your questions. Preside was merged into STI. So there is no need for a chairperson of Preside. And once the new structure was approved by Public Service, Preside was merged. So there is no chairperson of Preside.
Was merged with?
STI, the Science, Technology, and
Innovation. So in short, we no longer have Preside.
No, we don't have Preside.
Okay.
Secondly, although some people still refer to Preside in terms of pathogen economy, so there is pathogen economy, which is the one which we are planning for. Our presidential advisor is an appointed position. And once you are given another appointment in public service, you relinquish the previous one. So I am not, however, due to my expertise, the president may from time to time consult me.
No, you're a minister.
I'm a minister.
Oh, in charge of the
So
sector.
in that capacity, he may consult me. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to start by appreciating the committee for the work that they have done. I have not had the privilege of reading the report earlier. I am going to study it, but I noticed it was 163 pages, which have a lot of good information. I must commend the committee because they gave a lot of time and dedication, and every time they called me, I was there, sometimes spending full days or 2 to 3 days responding to their needs. Honorable members, research is a complex subject, and the areas which we started under Preside were areas which this country had failed to break through. However, the Preside initiative, which came amidst an emergency, has given the country a strong foundation. And the honorable members will appreciate that we have built a lot of capacity, and now what we need is to work and support this work in the institutions where it is, and the STI will continue to provide the strong leadership. I am greatly relieved, despite the allegation by Honorable Yona, the committee's report does not say anything about the 79 billion that he presented here, or any such monies that have been misappropriated. So the Auditor General is the competent authority in this country.
Let's
They
accept
clear
the Honourable
someone
Minister, you will have
whether
time.
money has been
Honourable
misappropriated.
Minister, colleagues, where you believe that the minister is not being factual, you're going to have time, and during the debate, you will you do it.
So,
But I just
thank
wanted
you.
us to give her time the way we've given the rest time.
Thank
It's
you,
what
Right
is fair.
Honorable. The Auditor General received accounts for Preside 3 times. The first 2 times, those reports are out. These accountabilities were passed to the then Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and they were audited. And audit reports were issued, and these audit reports are available to the public to look at. I also wish the House to note that the committee was looking into work 2020, 2021. So many of the things have changed, and I would beg that at an appropriate time, the Speaker may determine. I'll be given opportunity, 1, to respond to some of the issues, and number 2, to update the House on where we are. I would like to state here categorically that I do not own a single school in Bulindo or Mukono or any other place in the Central Region. The schools I own were established in 2000 in Butobo and Budaka district, long before I was in government, and they have been operating at the same level. I don't own any such schools. I repeat, I don't own a school, neither am I a board member or in any way associated with a school in Bulindo or Mukono. So if now there are records from Ministry of Education, I request once again at an appropriate time, I be given an opportunity to respond to some of these issues. I thank you very much.
Colleagues, you've received this report just 5 hours ago. And I think also the person who is being accused of things here and there is not in position, from what she has submitted, is not in position to explain some of these issues. And yet she's saying once given time, she would be able, and which is very important for fairness in this house. We shouldn't be seen to have passed reports when we are not fair. And then with that, and many MPs have been coming here telling me this is a very short notice. We are not able to debate this report and finish. I therefore defer debate of the report to Tuesday next week. Next item. Colleagues, this is for your own interest. Go read the report, understand it. Okay, on Tuesday next week we come here without anyone claiming that you ambushed us with the report. I think that's what is fair. Yeah. No, Rope, you are among the first people to tell me that. Okay, so if you're in support, then no need to add on anything. Now we have issues to handle. Let's first handle issues, items under number 7. Number 7.
Responses.
We've not stopped any debate. We are saying you go read, prepare. Item number 7, I want first to deal with that.
Responses by ministers to urgent questions. 7A, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
A procedure, Honorable Kibadia?
Thank you, Right Honorable. And I need to sincerely thank that you have allowed me to raise the point of procedure, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, the rule of justice, you are the people that went to the school of law. For us, we went in economics. Really, much as it provides for the fair hearing, this report has been overdue. And in your submission, when you were beginning to listen to this report, you said you will listen attentively, not whatever we are going to put forward. And the practice of this parliament, Right Honorable, if there are contentious issues after debating, it's referred. But the country where I've lived, this country called Uganda, I've lived enough to know what goes on, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, you are referring this debate to protect the person and the minister, because several calls are going to come out tonight until Tuesday, threatening, telling people this and the other. You heard from the Honorable Musinguzi, telling you that he has heard there is no point of order on procedure.
Honorable, you don't start ruling. You're not a presiding officer of this house.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
You're making rulings now.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, Honorable Musinguzi, the whistleblower, told you that he received threats, he has received intimidation. It's only that we are lucky he had the thick skin. People's objectivity here, Right Honorable, is going to be compromised by the calls that are going to happen between now and Tuesday. Right Honorable, wouldn't we proceed in the way of debating that we continue as the minister studies and gets to know whatever is there and whatever will happen next, so that we have some information answered by the time we come on Tuesday to continue with the debate. Even if you allow 10 people to debate, not 10 people debate, all 5 to add on what was presented, since you had the minister, because you would have equally asked the minister to come on Tuesday to defend her report, so that by Tuesday we only conclude and have something. Thank you, Right Honorable.
On something? Just a minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, now members, let us agree. This report was tabled 7 hours ago. And out of those 7 hours, you have been here for more than 2 hours. What should agree upon your members? This is now a document of Parliament. And the Speaker ruled very well that everything should be put on answered. It can only be withdrawn under other procedures. Right now, Speaker, now members, whether we give 10 members to debate now, you need to read this report. There's nothing that can be changed in this report. But we need to take keen interest as members of Parliament. When they talk about patent rights, I don't want to debate the report. You must know what's meant by patentability. Because we have had similar problems with the banana project, where someone, Madam Evan Mranga, took the patents of the banana project. So I would pray what the Speaker is saying. I also talked to him. Let us go back on our members. Our strength is in reading and getting more information. I'm interested in getting to know my good friend, tabling the names of those schools and how they are run and how they are good. Because there is a lot of money in this report. But you cannot mislead me in this House, Honorable Speaker, that we have read this report properly and you can debate it thoroughly. Once the Speaker commits, is the presiding officer. We shall demand for this report. He has committed next Tuesday. We need the time, go back and look at this report, get other additional documents. And then we censure the minister thoroughly. She might even resign before Tuesday. On her own submission here, when our members, you heard her, she had come in to defend the amounts, but facts are given. We are very happy with the report, and the Speaker's ruling is final. Let us meet on Tuesday. We debate this matter extensively and make stronger recommendations on the same.
Honorable Cooper.
Thank you,
Honorable Cooper.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm even wondering why we are continuing with the debate. Because if we are to stick to the rules, the Speaker's ruling can only be challenged by emotion. Because the Speaker ruled on this matter, our rule 87.2, the decision of the Speaker or the chairperson The decision of the speaker or the chairperson on any point shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the House, except upon a substantive motion made after notice. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why you are entertaining the debate on this matter when the rule is very clear. Before you made this ruling, I was of the same view, like on my Honorable Chivalia. I was of the same view that you would debate. But after you have made your rule, ruling, I read this rule and I found myself unable to do that unless I'm able to rise under Rule 87.2. Now that you have already made your ruling, honorable colleagues, I want to appeal us, let us adhere to the rules. But honorable Speaker, let Tuesday be Tuesday. Let us go and prepare 3 pages. And that's why I agree with the honorable minister who was accused. They were very grave allegations. Now that the report has brought us more information, I think we are more armed, like Honorable Singh said, that it has even brought things which he did not say. So no one is going to change this. Let us go and prepare. Or those of us who can get more information on what the Honorable Minister is denying, let us come with those facts and that day and lay it to this House. So, Right Honorable Speaker, basing on this rule, I think we just go to the next item.
Honorable members, just wait. The reason as why, of course, I know my powers here, and when I make a ruling, Honorable Chivadia made a very grave allegation. And I think, colleagues, we need to be cautious of the words we use. You know, in literature, there is what we call diction, which means the choice of words. For a honorable member to say that I'm postponing a debate to protect a minister, that was very unfortunate, Honorable. Okay, so Honorable, I ask you, you either substantiate your point or you withdraw it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, honorable colleagues, I request you, honorable colleagues, I request you go prepare. I will ensure this item is given sufficient time on the order paper on Tuesday, so that we give it just the justice it deserves on both sides. I've concluded in the matter, Honorable Bahati. No. There is nothing to add because I've already ruled. I've already ruled on that. And the person being accused is also here, our honorable colleague. So we shall give her time on Tuesday so that she can clarify on these matters. Item 6 first. Item 6 first. Honorable Sant, I had.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the wise ruling that you have given. This is a very important report which touches on corruption. It touches on the minister. I sit on the appointments committee. And I feel bad when I read this kind of report on the minister that really I was part of the approval. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to know from you, now that you are giving the minister time to to give Honorable Yohana also a write-up and go through this document so that we debate from an informed point of view from both sides, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Yohana is not being accused of anything. And he has given additional information. And his career on record that he had nothing to add, he only added 2 points. And he even said we raise our voices, which is against our rules. So you can see how happy he was. But if I'm presiding, as presiding officers, anytime he feels he has anything he would want to add, we shall allow him at that time. Okay? But we have to conclude this matter. Christine, Honorable Christine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report, but also add my voice to actually support the ruling of the speaker. Honorable members, like others have already said, I don't know what the cause of the confusion is since I'm the one presenting. Yes, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that the importance of having this discussion next Tuesday is because we also need a written communication and a written response from the Honorable Minister. But also I wanted to add that this matter now is the matter of members of parliament. It is no longer Yona's matter. He raised it the other time to the attention of government, and therefore it will not be right to have him again given another task of making a presentation. As members of parliament, it is now our duty to go on with the debate and come up with the final resolutions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Bahat, there is a matter he wanted to clarify. He felt it was also strong. You know, Morris, when he comes, he uses strong language. Yeah?
Yeah, indeed, Mr. Speaker, Morris used very strong words. One, about you. Second, about members. When he said that he knows that between now and Tuesday, some members do not undermine the members. When I look around the house, I don't see any member who can compromise about this issue. So I think it's not good to really undermine members that can be compromised over this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, you know, in this house, in this house, each one of us deserves respect. And we are usually judged as a team. I've seen outside when they are abusing us, they don't say they remove this group, they just say parliament. And where does it come? When we start accusing each other without even substantiating the accusations because of my political lineage, because of what you judge me. And yet you find that even the side you're judging sometimes is the one which is supporting you most on some of these things. Honorable Yona, which side does he come from? Is a side which some people can say, oh, they want core and compromise. So it's very unfair. Let us always be kind to each other, Honorable. Huh? Let us always respect each other. We look at each other as not as suspects. Okay? So, Honorable Morris, kind of sort out that one also. We go compromise. These members cannot be compromised. Maybe what you can say, Honorable members, I know some people might try to compromise you, but don't accept. Yes, or intimidate you, but don't accept. Honorable Malpenduzi, you have a procedure matter. But I was waiting for, is it on the same? Because I haven't finished with this.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am not in any way respect the ruling, but Honorable Speaker, the Honorable member raised a concern alleging that he received threats, intimidation, and all sort of during the process of the execution of this assignment by the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, now that the report is out and basing on what the chairperson has presented, don't you think it would be important, would it not be prudent for this parliament to ensure that the safety and the security of the honorable member is guaranteed as we wait for the discussion to next Tuesday? Thank you very much.
Honorable members, now this issue is beyond Honorable Yona. It has already gone beyond Honorable Yona. Even if you met Honorable Yona, is already on record. Honorable Yona, I wouldn't want to take her. I know we've discussed before, and the issue of his security and safety is an issue we take seriously as a house and as your leaders in the house. If Honorable Yona feels threatened in any way, he will link up with us and we will ensure that indeed we raise it with the most important authorities. And colleagues, let's move. Let's move on. Colleagues. No, Honorable Cooper, don't access the microphone, please. Let's move. Item number 6 is the one I would want first sort out.
Item 6. To introduce a private members bill, the employment amendment bill.
Honorable Agnes Kunihira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to move a motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private members bill entitled the Employment Amendment Bill. This is moved under Articles 79 and 94 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda of 1995 and the Rules 56, 121 and 122 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas Article 79 of the Constitution empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter of peace, order, development. Right from the Speaker, I request you allow me to.
Yeah, you can leave a distance between the microphone so that we can.
Thank you. Whereas Article 79 of the Constitution empowers Parliament to make laws and any matter of peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94, 4B of the Constitution and the Rules 121 and 122 of the Rules of Procedure recognize the right and the procedure for a member to move a private member's bill, aware that pursuant to Article 40 of the Constitution, Parliament enacted the Employment Act to provide for the right of persons to work under satisfactory, safe, and healthy conditions to ensure equal payment for equal work without discrimination, and to ensure that every worker is accorded rest and reasonable working hours and periods of holidays with pay as well as remuneration for public holidays. Acknowledging that there is a rising local and international demand for semi-skilled labor in form of domestic workers, migrant, and casual workers, which categories of workers require special and sufficient recognition and protection, which is not adequately addressed in the current Employment Act 206. Further acknowledging that the rising local and international demand for semi-skilled labor has led to mushrooming of recruiting agencies whose operations are not adequately regulated under the current Employment Act. Noting that inadequacies in the Employment Act 206 as regards to the regulations of employment agencies, recognition and protection of domestic, migrant, and casual workers has led to severe exploitation, especially of women, to the extent of deprivation of their workers' rights, including wages, labor, conscription, working under unhealthy conditions, and protection against sexual exploitation, among others. Appreciating that amending the current law to specifically provide for the regulations of recruitment agencies and recognition and protection of domestic workers, migrant workers, and casual workers will guarantee that labor rights and protection granted under the Constitution of Uganda and international labor laws. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill for an act of Parliament entitled the Employment Amendment Bill. I beg to move.
Colleagues, Rules 121 of our rules of procedure give you powers to move private members' bills. Okay? But then Rule 122 requires you to first seek leave or get permission of Parliament to bring this kind of bill. So that's what a member is requesting, to exercise her authority as a member to be granted powers to introduce a private member's bill. So is the motion seconded? Santa Alum Sanja, Karangara, Kampala, Bukori Central. Oseku, the motion is seconded. Honorable, just 5 minutes to speak to your motion. After she has spoken to her motion and the seconders, I will allow the Minister of Gender. Seems he wants to say something with regard to this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for this opportunity once again. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill was passed in the last session of the 10th Parliament, and it is among the business that lapsed as per the ruling of the Speaker then. And the key areas include, as I've mentioned in the motion, migrant workers, casual employment, issues of harassment and violence at workplaces, among others. And we had followed by then, we were not issued by certificate of financial implication because the Ministry of Gender by then said they are ready. That was 2019, and that they were ready with other principles and they were going to take the bill. So we went through the committee and this bill delayed as we were waiting for the ministry to be able to harmonize, which did not happen, and that bill was passed and lapsed. I now therefore request my humble appeal to members that you grant us leave to be able so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, seconders, I'll have Honorable Margaret Rabshija.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and second, the amendment of the Employment Act. And particularly, I support that the mover, who is none other than the workers' representative, Honorable Kunihira Agnes, be given leave. Because if the bill collapsed, it is important that after 3 years and nothing has taken place, then she should be able to represent the workers effectively. Why am I saying that? From 2019, today we are talking about 2020, and we are halfway. So it means that for that time, people of Uganda suffering. So we need the law amended so that the people can be saved. She mentioned about casualization. It is important. Many of our workers, including graduates, I will give an example of the people who are in private schools, teachers, they are casual workers today, yet they are white collar people who deserve to be treated better. They don't get appointment letters. They don't get letters of termination. It's just by word of mouth. It is someone like her who can really be able to represent them through the bill. We also have other issues. We have a law, ILO Convention 189, that talks about domestic workers, and it does not talk about house girls and houseboys only. It is talking about even those who have people in their homes, say bakers and those who are making wine, but it must be able to protect them, because we have not been having a law that puts them in the category of protection. You also have mothers who are breastfeeding. They have been struggling with the children, the babies, and the future leaders of this country. And they are paid peanuts, but with their children, the children can die along the way. So it's important that we get someone who knows, who is a mother and knows what they go through, that can help us to write a law that is applicable at this point in time. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of sexual harassment, and ILO Convention 190 talks about harassment at the places of work. And we need the law that will prevent the people, women who are suffering, and the men who are suffering out there, and they don't know even the law. But if it's put in the Employment Act, we'll be able to save those workers who are suffering. So in a nutshell, I strongly support that Honorable Kunihira, the mover, be given opportunity to go and live and save the people of Uganda, the workers.
Thank you. Honorable Patrick Nsanja.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand here under section 61 of our rules of procedure to second the motion that is intended to seek leave to allow a member introduce a private member's bill in regard to our Employment Act. A lot has been said. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I had prepared a brief here. I just want to bring out two issues. One, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we heard of the fact that Uganda has committed to the attainment of SDGs, especially SDG 8, on the employment, decent work for all and social protection, and the other international conventions on the protection of workers. The intended employment bill is evidence of Parliament's commitment towards protecting the labor force. The other one, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we are talking about local migrant workers, but what is important to note here is Uganda's journey for the gender equality. This bill, among other things, seeks to recognize the rights of domestic workers in the workplace, majority of whom are women and the youth, who are more prone to exploitation and violation by employers and the recruitment agencies. In addition, the bill seeks to reinforce breastfeeding rights by introducing breastfeeding facilities in the workplaces to enable nursing mothers attend to their children while at work. The objective of the intended employment amendment bill, once leave of Parliament is granted, is to amend the Employment Act 2006 to provide the better protection of employers and workers, increase employment opportunities for Ugandan citizens, promote competitiveness of Ugandan workers, enhance affirmative action, establish labor and employment body, streamline licensing and activities of recruitment agents, recruitment companies, protect Ugandans who are exported to work outside Uganda, establish breastfeeding facilities in all workplaces, strengthen the oversight role of Parliament in all employment-related matters, and provide work mechanisms in situations of pandemics in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, sir, once leave is granted, well aware of the procedures when a private member's bill is ensuring that whatever provision that is looked into, enough research is done upon, and for which the country, as well as the Ministry of Labor, is streamlined where issues are not right. I
Okay.
beg to move. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable Santa Arum was supposed to be Santa. I'll give you a chance, Honorable Azar. And Honorable in first class cabin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support that Honorable Agnes Kunohira be given leave to introduce a private member's bill, the Employment Amendment Bill. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at this bill, is the most gender sensitive bill. When you look at the issue regarding migrant workers, for women, domestic workers, Right Honorable Speaker. When you look at the sexual harassment, the violence, the issue of many of these people, the human rights abuses, Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support that Honorable Agnes Kunuhira be given leave to come back with a private member bill. Right Honorable Speaker, finally, when you look at the issues surrounding the migrant workers, you find that we have been seeing some of these things in the social media, and you look at them, you want to shed tears. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill elapsed with the last parliament, and it's only good for this country and our children who are out that a private member is given opportunity to liaise with the Ministry of Gender, and they work it out at that level and come before this parliament to address the problem, because a bill comes when there's a problem, to address the problem that the people of Uganda are facing. I want to support Right
So
Honorable
these
Speaker.
are seconders. Before the seconders, now that we finished with the seconders, seems the minister wanted to say something. Let him first say it. It might be good guidance. No, you're not a seconder rope. You come in among the pot, conclude. It's a statement he wants to make.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you to allow me to say something on this bill. First and foremost, I wish to note that we welcome the idea of the private member seeking leave to introduce the Employment Amendment Bill. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the House the Reform Commission undertook a study on the reform of the Employment Act 2006 and Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act 2006. Accordingly, the ministry, in consultation with the stakeholders, including the National Organization of Trade Unions, the Center of the Private Member, Central Organization of Free Trade Unions, and Federation of Uganda Employers, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Law Reform Commission, undertook a process of reviewing the Employment Act 2006 on 30th and 15th August 2018. Right Honorable Speaker, the above process resulted in the preparation of a cabinet memorandum on principles for amendment of the Employment Act 2006, which principles were approved by the cabinet in August 2022. Consequently, the Ministry of Justice drafted a comprehensive Employment Amendment Bill 2022
Honorable, don't proceed. The minister has already finished ABCD. So let me open debate for 15 minutes, and then we conclude. I'll start with Honorable Azato. I follow with Honorable Muuma, and I follow with Honorable Aisha. And so I'm going to give you, let's use 2 minutes, 2 minutes. This is very direct. Rope you among the people to conclude and yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues. I highly support the mover of the private members bill about employment amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, this law should be able to come out with stringent and deterrent measures in order to protect the girl child and the boy child. More often than not, these two categories of people are being abused. The girls, the teenage girls and the teenage boys. They are being given work which is very oppressive, suppressive, exploitative, segregative, as well as discriminative. Especially the girls, instead of making them go back to school, in the rural areas, they're being made to collect firewood for domestic use. The boy child, instead of making him go to school, they make him go to graze cattle in the bushes. The girls are being made to work at home, look after the young ones. They're being made to do cleanliness and so on and so forth. And therefore, please, the mover of this amendment bill, go ahead. I'll give you my blessings. Let us protect the girl child. Let us protect the boy child. So they remain in school. Thank you very much.
Your blessings alone are not sufficient.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion seeking leave to introduce a private members bill amending the employment bill of the Act of 2006. Right Honourable Speaker, as members of Parliament, we shoulder a lot of challenges in addressing of sexual harassment, torture, among others, when it comes to workplaces. But Honourable Speaker, I wanted to agree with your guidance regarding by the prayer that the minister was making, minister in charge of labor. I remember in the 7th Parliament when it came the amendment of the Children's Act, government in the 7th Parliament blocked committing to bring amendments to the Children's Act. When it came to the 8th Parliament, the same arrangement. Until in the 9th Parliament, we became aggressive as private members to bring a motion that ended up carrying the day. It is then that the government woke up and came up with a contract, with a parallel what that he was talking of, a parallel amendment bill vis-a-vis the private members bill. Finally, they joined the private members and we harmonized, but at least the Amendment Act saw the light of the day. It is the act that is working as of now. So, Minister, I wanted to allay your fears. This is not a vote of no confidence, but we are trying to push you. If you delay, the private members are serious. We want to see things happen. So kindly take it in good faith. We are serving the same government. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Aisha Kabanda. Honourable Seko on procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The procedural issue I'm raising perturbs me because I'm wondering the purpose of the debate we are undertaking right now.
Please, Honourable Chibadi is not on.
Yeah, because Right Honourable Speaker,
time, so.
It is expressed under Article 94 of the Constitution that to bring a private member's bill is a right. And Honourable Agnes Kurohira has presented the bill You have seconded it. So wouldn't it be procedural right to recognize that to bring a bill is right and that she has fulfilled the necessary, steps to do so? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, she should proceed with the bill because what the Honorable Minister said is does not deter. There is no anywhere provided that it may stop the private member from proceeding. So we seek your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. You see, the rules require us also to give leave. And how do you do it? You do it by allowing members to express their opinions. And I think what you could have done, if you had felt that the mood, we are all agreeing with a certain mood, then you would have moved under Rule 81 of our rules of procedure, since we've already started debate, so that we can close the debate.
Mr. Speaker, it is on record on this House that such a situation has ever come up previously. And the ruling of the same chair was that there was no need for such a debate as to whether the private member should actually be allowed to bring a bill. It was the ruling of this very House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I'm doing this under Rule 122, where he or she must get leave. Okay? And it's very, very important. So I guided you on what you can do. In situations where members have been denied leave by members, the House has powers to either grant you leave or not. And how do I determine that? By allowing you to express your opinions as colleagues. So if we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You had caught my eye.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I beg your pardon about the statement I just made. I thank you, first of all, for the wise ruling that the colleagues' request to be offered leave to bring a private member's bill be upheld. We agree that the employment law, current law, is kind of getting outdated. Things in Uganda are moving quite faster. Previously, government was the major employer. Today, the informal sector actually is becoming the major employer. With the industries growing, we suffered a lot of consequences here under COVID. When many of our people were laid off, they are calling us as members of parliament desperately, and we didn't have what to tell them because they lacked employment letters. They didn't have a right to claim because they had no locus. So it's really so important that this bill comes up, and it's regrettable that the ministry had not thought of this, and it would be very wrong of them to shoot the efforts of the honorable member who wants to move progressively. I am in House. We shall be able to bring a good law. Thank you.
Motion, Chegegwa.
I rise to put up a motion that the debate be closed and we allow the private member to take leave and come up with the bill to amend the Employment Act. Thank you.
No, Rope, when the motion is on table, my hands are tied. Is the motion seconded? Okay, so no, really, on close of debate, which amendment do you want to bring? Colleagues, let's be serious. So I think, colleagues, let's just put a question that this parliament grants leave to Honorable Agnes Kunhira, MP for Workers, to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Employment Amendment Bill. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. You want to say something? That?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know members for supporting this motion. And I was also supporting it, by the way. But Honorable Speaker, honorable members, let us put this on record so that first of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the ruling you made. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the reason why such amendments come from backup benchers, first of all, is because there are a number of court cases in relation to such acts where courts give rulings or judgments and they give suggestions against what is happening in the act that needs some bit of clearance. Right, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, the front bench has continuously refused to bring bills here. And what happens? Our backup bench is bringing in bills. When we bring our bills, the front bench starts fighting against us. Like I saw General Kero, serious as you were just reading a statement from your technocrats. It was not from your spirit. I can tell you that. But if it was within your spirit, it would have come before. And Honorable Speaker, we have had a lot of clashes here on the floor of Parliament. Because members demand for these bills, they don't come. When they don't come, members continue bringing theirs. For example, we have what we want to call the minimum wage bill. It has failed to come on this floor of Parliament. And thank you very much. And the loop was concluding. So I think, right now, Speaker, let us beseech and pray hard for the front bench to bring these bills. When you go to other countries, it is your work to bring these bills. Other than coming in to defend, we are going to bring ours. That alone will hold our work and fail to get solutions of what comes out of courts of law. These acts are used in courts of law and they are meant to control people. Basically, to bring sanity in society. The moment you sit and you wait for your technocrats, now you are not going to appear for another month after this bill has been tabled. This person got a certificate of financial implication. You had time to know that there was a certificate of financial implication, accept to bring this bill. Then as we come in, you come with a written statement. We should just do something of asking you to take back your bill and we move with as the Speaker has ruled. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Rob. Let's do item number 5.
Item 5, motion for resolution of Parliament.
We are about to finish our order paper.
To amend
We are going to successfully.
the resolution of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial year 2021-2022.
Minister of Finance. Procedure.
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
I don't.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you said.
Hey, no, I called finance. Do you have an issue you want to raise, Honorable Minister?
Finance.
No, I might be, our senior colleague might be having a procedure issue or what? Honorable Minister of Defense, you wanted to raise something? Okay. There is a procedure matter. Now, Minister of Defense, if you don't have any procedure matter, then
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Who came on first? You came first.
Yes.
Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
On what are you moving? Procedure?
This is procedure.
Okay.
On this motion as
Because I saw you wanted to raise procedure. I will give you a chance.
Minister of Finance as government, we could remind ourselves that this similar motion, the same motion came, and we had a procedure challenge which we needed to cure under Rule 16, and together with for the suspension of the specific rule to enable us, enable Minister of Finance and government move this motion. So the procedure issue was that to move for the suspension of.
Are you moving a motion?
Yes.
You're moving
Yes,
the motion under
this
Rule 16?
motion is supposed to amend the motion of the Minister of Finance, because, Right Honorable Speaker, this Parliament guided that we needed to formally put that. Whereas...
No, we didn't guide you, Honorable. It's within your right as a member.
Yes.
You are allowed to move a motion for suspension of a rule.
So
Parliament didn't tell you to move a motion, suspend a rule. It can't tell you to do that. It's within your power.
Parliament guided, Right Honorable Speaker, because we thought this was a matter that even Parliament on its own motion and volition could have made the correction. But when Honorable Segona, my former classmate, came, and you rightly guided that we come back. So we've come back as government to move under Rule 16. The motion, the substantive motion, which is going to be moved.
No, Honorable. You can
to suspend the rule 222. And we're moving that under Rule 16. And we would want to know that the Rule 222 is not one of the entrenched procedures. Colleagues, this was a matter that has been decided by this House. We found out that at the implementation stage, the amount of money, I'm speaking to the motion for the suspension.
Please, Honorable, he's not on record.
So I really want to seek for the indulgence of this House that we harmonize this.
Okay, colleagues, what Honorable Obos has put here is he's exercising his right as a member of this House, and is moving under Rule 16 of Rules of Procedure, which allows us to suspend any rule that is not entrenched as per our rules. Rule 222 required government to give the move of the motion. If you're going to revise the decision of the House, you need to give a notice of 14 days, at least of 14 days. And now he's saying the issue is urgent, they are stuck, so they would want the motion considered by us suspending the rule. So is the motion seconded? Because we have a motion on the table. Is the motion seconded? No. The Commissioner Sirwanyi, Honorable Kasai, they have, please, colleagues, please. You see, when a member has his or her right here, okay? A member has his or her right. And you must allow a member to exercise that right. Yes. And what they are saying is very simple. Whether in 14 days, whether now, the issue is addressing an emergency they have on a decision you had already taken. So that's what they are saying. Very simple. So if it is seconded, I put the question that Rule 222 be suspended to allow the minister present the motion. To allow the minister present the motion for a resolution of Parliament under Rule 16 of our Rules of Procedure. Yes, read the Rule 16. Okay, read the Rule 16. It allows you to suspend any rule apart from those which are entrenched. And that is your right as a member and the right of this House. So the motion is allow the minister present a motion for a resolution of Parliament, amend the resolution of Parliament on supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial year 2021-2022. And this does not mean we have granted the minister's request. No, we are going to debate the motion after being presented. Now I put the question. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance, present your motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to amend a resolution
of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial year 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, whereas on 18th of November 2021, under supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2021-2022, Parliament approved Uganda shillings 2 trillion 18 billion 942 989 and 703 shillings. Our recurrent supplementary expenditure as recurrent supplementary shillings 1 trillion 758 billion 645 million 54089 shillings as development supplementary expenditure, and noting, however, that Uganda shillings 146 billion was appropriated to Ministry of Defense.
Order. But right, Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on point of order because I'm seeing the minister reading a motion which was a subject of a motion that was passed, and as rightly stated so, on the 18th of November 2021. I would like to refer the minister, who is very Public Finance and Management Act 25, which clearly states circumstances under which supplementary can be raised on the floor of Parliament. You must show the source of funding, you must show so many things, it must be cannot be avoided, cannot be delayed, and so on and so forth. Right, Honorable Speaker, there were two sources that were identified. I remember it very clearly. Two sources that were identified. One was 400 billion from external source, and then 2-point-something trillion from domestic borrowing. That's what I know. Now, Speaker, I want the House to be properly guided, and that's why I'm standing on order. Parliament has already debated this matter. Parliament has to operate within the law, and the law is very clear, and the Ministry of Finance is the custodian of that act I've quoted. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the law that I've quoted states clearly that before the supplementary can be bought, the minister must show the source of funding. I know that I think a day, either yesterday or the day before, Parliament decided that domestic borrowing is not possible. We can't do it. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to be associated with somebody trying to enter through the back door to trick Parliament, to shoot its own foot on a matter which is so important. Right Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the minister to deliberately confuse us on a matter of the law? Is it in order to really malign the image of this Parliament? Is it in order? And this is a deliberate act.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member. Honorable Member, when I read the resolution of the motion of the Minister, it says, motion for a resolution of Parliament to amend the resolution of Parliament. I have not seen anywhere where they are saying motion for a resolution of parliament to, to introduce a new supplementary, because they're saying they're introducing a supplementary. So now what I would request is listen to the minister, you listen to the content of his submission. Listening is very important. The moment you get the information, because I've read this document. If any one of us has read this document, Honorable Cecile Ogwan, I want you, as you read, I want you to check for me where the minister is introducing new money beyond what this House approved. Because if the minister is introducing a new request for money, for new money, then that means he's requesting for a supplementary. But he's saying, the minister, if you read the document which we've been having, the minister says, you gave me, for example, 100 billion. Within my 100 billion, I had allocated it this way. Now, I want within my 100 million, which you approved, that I use, I want to change some of the money from here to here. He's not saying out of the 100 million, add me 10 million. If he's adding on anything, and that's why I'm saying we listen, because I read, before I allowed this on the order paper, I read this issue with the speaker, and we read it. So you first allow a minister to present. That's the problem. You people, you broke each other from speaking. You want, no, please. Don't test my patience. Allow your colleague to present. Then after he has presented, you will come and you respond. Now, what are you responding to before he can present?
Thank you.
No, please. Let's leave games here. Please, Honorable Minister, uninterrupted, present. And then after, members are going to raise their procedural matter. And they'll be
Thank
given a
you.
chance.
Right,
No
Honorable.
decision will be made before you can raise your issues. Yeah.
Thank you for your
And then we
wise
allow
reading.
colleagues to raise
Right.
their issues.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to go to bullet 2, which states that noting, however, that Uganda shillings 146 billion was appropriated to Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, 131 billion was for recurrent expenditures, and Uganda shillings 15 billion was for classified expenditures. The Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs seeks to transfer Uganda shillings 48 billion 267 million 292,826,000 from recurrent expenditure category to development expenditure category to acquire UPDF machinery and equipment, construction of National Defense College, and compensation for National Housing Corporation. And realizing therefore that there is urgent need to make the adjustments in the appropriation to implement the above priorities. Now, therefore, pray that this Parliament resolves to amend its resolution dated 18th November 2021 to disaggregate Uganda shillings 146 billion supplementary expenditure appropriated to vote 004 as summarized below and detailed in Annex 1 attached. Mr. Speaker, I now present the budget category. Recurrent expenditure. In the current resolution, it has 131 billion. We are now proposing to reduce this to 43 billion. And under development expenditure, we propose to move from 131 to move 88 billion from recurrent to now development expenditure. And classified expenditure, the 15 billion remains under development. Mr. Speaker, with this explanation, I beg to move.
So, the supplementary we passed was 146 billion. And after the adjustments being requested, we shall remain within 146 billion. Nothing is being added on, because that's what I want colleagues to get properly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are not changing the bottom line. What we are changing is the classification from recurrent, from non-wage recurrent to development expenditure to enable us implement the activities which I have identified above.
Okay.
Therefore, the net effect is zero.
Okay, Honorable Cecile, go ahead. You had issues?
Right, Honorable Speaker, that's where I come from. I am aware, Right, Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Finance, the Minister of State for Finance, would not successfully defend this supplementary if presented to the Budget Committee. But, God forbid, there are several ways of acquiring this. Right, Honorable Speaker, my greatest concern is the qualification for supplement. Recurrent means there could have been some recruitment in the course of the period, and therefore you need to pay salary as a matter of urgency, maybe some bills and so on. But to say, I now need this money, Parliament and Speaker now need this money, not actually for those unavoidable emergency issues, but for me to acquire equipment, for me to build 700 units of houses. This we would just humbly request you. If we are working at a normal environment, we would request you to put it under the next budget, which starts in July. That's 1 month from now. But you cannot definitely, Speaker, this is where I'm coming from. This is where I'm coming from. Please, for heaven's sake, please, yeah, I'm old. I know I do not do law, but the little I know is enough to make me survive.
Okay.
And I'm therefore instructing you that please don't push us backward. No.
No, Honorable
you have this money for.
Honorable Cecile, while you're exceeding your powers as a member of Parliament, you don't have powers to instruct a minister on what he should do. Procedure?
Right, Honorable.
Honorable, you had already exceeded your time and I gave you more time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true the minister came for approval. And I believe the basis of the motion was to amend the resolution that was premised on another parliamentary approval to borrow 2.049 trillion in order to secure the financing. Now that was recommended to the Committee of National Economy. Now, in that report, rather, when the Committee of National Economy, together with the minister, discussed this matter, we produced a report. And I believe the report is ready for submission on the floor of Parliament. What is happening now, seemingly, the minister is trying to smuggle something on the floor of Parliament, or maybe he's trying to be very smart and bypassing.
Order.
I'm on procedure.
No,
Right,
even on procedure, you
It's a
can be wrong.
procedure matter.
Point of order.
I think, colleagues, I think the Honorable Jacob Oranya, the late, may his soul rest in eternal peace, he made a very clear ruling here that even on procedure, you can go out of order. I remember here, even on procedure, when you're on procedure, you can go out, you can be out of order. So when order comes, please, you allow it, sir. Yeah. So order.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The subject matter we are considering arose, and when it arose, I officially wrote to you, to the office of the Speaker, explaining why we need to move a motion to enable us make the adjustments I have now just proposed. You went ahead, you evaluated, and you considered the matter to be put on the order paper. And the subject matter I have presented is on the order paper. Is it therefore in order for the honorable colleague to say that I have smuggled this motion into the House?
Honorable colleagues, I don't want us, sometimes I don't want to dramatize things. The two issues, Honorable, are totally different. Domestic borrowing, okay, which they raised here, is totally different from this matter. You cannot borrow until they first allow you to have the money. Now, this money is already with the Ministry of Defense. Some of these entities have absorption challenges, okay? Some of these, so if you are lucky, you have an entity that is having, that wants to absorb money, I think it should be very easy. And they made it very clear. Honorable Cicero, please, I've allowed better. I don't want this to be an exchange between the two. This is non-wage recurrent. This is from non-wage recurrent to development. So either the House, you are allowing this or you are not. I don't have much time. I'm now putting a question that the supplementary expenditure should do number one for the finance.
No.
Next item.
Item 7. Responses
item.
by ministers to urgent questions. Item
Honorable,
7A.
let me clarify, Honorable Cicero Gwan. The borrowing is for financing. Okay, you supplied, and it is within what you supplied. Now, the borrowing is for financing what you supplied. So the borrowing does not have anything to do with this because this is not new money.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
So next item.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Item 7.
Please,
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please, Honorable, don't access the microphone. Don't access the microphone before I allow you. Next item. Procedure.
Item 7.
Honorable Speaker.
Procedure acting law.
I'm proceeding under Rule 24, Quorum of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, under Rule 24, Rule 3, any time when a vote is to be taken, the Speaker shall ascertain whether the members present in the House form a quorum for the vote to be taken. And if she finds that the number is less, the Speaker shall suspend the proceedings of the House for an interval of 15 minutes, and the bell shall be rung. So, Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well to go for a vote?
Allow me.
Where you have not ascertained that.
No, colleagues, please sit. Let Honorable.
Because they are worried. Why are you worried?
Yeah.
Mr. Commissioner. So, right, Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well under Rule 24, 1, 2, and 3 by taking a vote on this contentious matter before establishing the number of members of parliament that are voting on this matter.
Thank you, Honorable. Number one, it's very clear you should raise that before your vote is taken. That's number one. But number two, Honorable, the matter we are going on is item number 7, and it doesn't require any voting. So item number 7.
Item 7.
Continue.
Responses by
Minister of Energy. Minister of Energy, people you want to sleep here, I didn't come with a mattress.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm rising to answer a question which was asked by Isengoma Patrick. And the issue that was raised is on products to Uganda due to the recent directives issued by the government of Kenya to the oil marketing companies to ration the fuel 60 to 40% in favor of the Kenyan internal use. Kenya internal use 60%, and then the transit petroleum products 40%. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources is aware of the directives that were issued by the government of Kenya to that effect. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important matter to the two brotherly states of Kenya and Uganda. This matter is being handled bilaterally at a highest level of the two brotherly countries. And we are hopeful that the matter will be resolved amicably. Right, Honorable Speaker, I wish to request honorable members to allow the high-level negotiations to proceed, and we shall keep the Honorable House updated on the outcome.
Oh, switch on. No. Wait.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable Minister is not here, so go to the next.
Item 7B.
Yeah, it's the member who raised the matter is the one who has to do. No, please. I will allow you, Honorable Cyrus. Don't mind. Honorable Cyrus, please. Honorable Gon.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to respond to an urgent question raised by Honorable Atiang Stella, Moroto District Woman Representative. And the question was on the invasion of the African armyworm, the subsequent destruction of crops, and the need for urgent intervention of the Ministry
And Honorable summarize
of
that
Agriculture,
matter.
Animal Industry, and Fisheries. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll summarize. The African armyworm outbreak was first reported in Uganda in Busia District and Ruwero District on the 25th of March 2022. The pest spread very fast to several districts, and within 30 days, the pest had been confirmed in more than 50 districts. The pest called the African armyworm attacks cereals, that include maize, rice, sorghum, and sometimes pasture grasses. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries embarked on interventions to curb the problem. And the interventions included the following. One, the government distributed chemicals that are used to combat the pest. And the chemicals that were distributed amounted to 22,947 liters of a chemical called cypermethrin. And on top of the distribution of the chemical, spray pumps were also distributed and protective gear in all the districts that were affected. And as a result of that intervention, out of the 50 districts that were affected, 46 of them, the effect got managed and only remained with only 4 districts that include the district of Napak, Nabilatuk, Kotido, and Yumbe. However, of recent, there have been a pressure attack in some other new districts, and these include Agago, Koboko, Moroto, Karenga, Kabong, Ubongi, Adjumani, Koboka, and Kwene. My ministry has accordingly come in to curb the pest in these newly reported districts by again distributing chemicals, spray pumps, and protective gear to the districts through the district production officer. And on top of that, I want to mention that apart from spraying, this pest is also curbed by natural occurrence of rain. So whenever rain comes, then it is naturally curbed. Now, these areas where the problem is still occurring is where rain is not as substantial as in parts of central region, parts of eastern region, and parts of western region. And as you may notice, these are mainly parts of the north and parts of West Nile. We shall continue monitoring, and wherever we get fresh reports, we shall come in to curb the problem. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable. Is the Honorable Stella Tiang? No, he's already off the floor. I don't see Honorable Stella Tiang here. And with that, colleagues, congratulations for, the rules are very clear, colleagues, okay? Just let's follow, yeah. So you never raised this issue. So it's a member who raised it that can give some supplementary information on it. So, yeah, so colleagues, with that, I adjourn the House to tomorrow, 2 p.m.